Canada, our home and native land. True patriot love in all our sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, our true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Would you please remain standing? For many of us gathered here today to celebrate the achievements of students at the University of Guelph Humber, it is the custom and practice on occasions such as this to take a few moments for personal reflection and thanks. We are truly fortunate to live in a country where, relative to so much of the world, we enjoy freedoms, security, and prosperity that many others do not have. Therefore, I ask that we respect the various spiritual and faith traditions represented in this room with a short period of silence to mark the opening of this convocation ceremony. Thank you. Please be seated.
I officially declare the opening of this convocation ceremony.
Mr. Chancellor, President Whitaker, Vice President Demeray, members of the Platform Party, our distinguished guests, families, friends, and graduands. It is my pleasure, as the Vice Provost of the University of Guelph Humber, to bring you greetings. Well, how does it feel? Does it feel good? You look beautiful, and so do I. What a fabulous day to see you here with your families and friends. We are going to have a good time, I don't know about you. 4 years ago, slightly more, I remember meeting a number of you and your families at the Ontario Universities Fair. I remember the orientations and the days that you visited. I remember the day that you started 4 years ago. Does it only seem like yesterday to me or to you as well? 4 years. Well, today is the day in my greetings to you that I fulfill a promise. You may not remember, but I do. On the opening day of the University of Guelph Humber, when you were there, I asked you to do 3 things. And I also told you that I would remind you of those things when you graduated. Vice Provosts never forget. The first thing I asked you to do was work hard. Boy, have you ever worked hard? Don't you think so? Give yourself a round of applause. That work ethic that you've displayed consistently over several years, you were not born with, you learned it. You learned it from your families, you learned it from your friends, and hopefully it was reinforced by our faculty and staff. Everyone at the University of Guelph Humber is an educator. We only have one focus, and that is your success. And your part of that bargain is to work hard. Very few things in life come to anyone that does not work hard, and you have. My advice, continue that tradition. It will serve you well. The second thing I asked you to do was to learn to play as a team player. A very simple, perhaps overworn phrase. But very, very few things in life are accomplished by individuals alone. Over 4 years, I know how much group work is in some of those programs. You have learned how to play as a team. My advice? Continue that tradition. It will serve you well. And the third thing I asked you to do was to enjoy what you do. It is very, very hard to sustain hard work without enjoying the large aspects of that work. My advice to you, continue that tradition, but modestly. Enjoy what you do. Today is a day of, yes, some formality. And, of course, the day that you earn that parchment and diploma that will demonstrate to the rest of the world the achievements and accomplishments that you have. From me, from every person sat on this stage behind me, on behalf of every single person who works at the University of Guelph Humber, we are proud of you, and you are always welcome here. Congratulations! Mr. Chancellor, it is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Serge Desmarais, Vice President Academic of the University of Guelph, to bring greetings from the University to our convocation.
Mr. Chancellor, President Whitaker, Vice Provost Walsh, members of the platform, faculty, staff, parents and friends, and most importantly, for today especially, graduates. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the convocation ceremony at the University of Guelph. At the University of Guelph Humber, I'm so used to saying the University of Guelph, I'm automatically going to this. So, University of Guelph Humber. It's also my pleasure to give words of congratulation on behalf of our president at the University of Guelph, Dr. Alistair Summerlee, who could unfortunately not be here this morning. Convocation ceremonies are quite special events in which we celebrate the accomplishments of all of you graduates by wearing gowns and going back in time, wearing gowns representing the long history of academe, thus connecting us to the past. While this connection to the past is important, as you can see, we wear very colorful gowns today just to remind us of our history, what we are here to celebrate is really you and your future. Being a new graduate of Guelph Humber provides you with both opportunities and responsibility. The opportunity to face a successful future, but also the responsibility to become engaged citizens in civil society. So use your success, that's my advice to you, use your success to make a difference in the world. Be engaged in the local, national, and international community. Make your mark in the world. We count on you to use the skills and knowledge you've acquired here at the University of Guelph Humber to help us resolve the serious issues that the world faces today. And let's face it, if you as informed citizens, educated citizens can't do it, if we can't do it collectively, who could? Whose responsibility is it? Now, this seems like a heavy burden to place on you on a day where you're here to actually celebrate your accomplishments, so let me finish with a little bit of a lighter tone. While we want you to be engaged and to recognize all of the great things that the university education actually provides you, we do recognize that today is really about you. It's about your special day. It's about the things you've accomplished. It's about all the efforts that you've made to be successful. So enjoy today. As Vice Provost Walsh was mentioning, it's an important day to recognize all the people around you, all the accomplishments that you've made, all the friends you've made. These are special times. And please, on behalf of the University of Guelph, I'd like to wish you my personal congratulations, and I hope you enjoy this day. I will now ask President Chris Whitaker, the president of Humber Institute of Technology and Advanced Learning, to come forward and bring greetings right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Serge. I'm bringing greetings right now. Here we go. Well, good morning, everyone. And Vice Provost Walsh really started off well, getting people charged up and reflecting the excitement of the ceremony today, and really acknowledging this is a true day to celebration. This is your day, so enjoy it and savor the moment. Members of the Platform Party, honored guests, faculty and staff, family, friends, and especially our graduates, it's my pleasure to welcome you and bring greetings from the entire Humber community. Convocation is always the high point of the academic year for me. It's a celebration of student success and an opportunity to be inspired by our students' achievements. Graduates, you've worked hard to get to this day. You've been challenged to meet the high standards established for your programs, and through determination and perseverance, you have succeeded. You are graduating with a dual credential, which, as we know, at other institutions would take you much longer to complete. Your University of Guelph Humber education has given you what can only be described as the best of both worlds. In combining university and college curriculum, you have been able to apply theoretical learning in an applied learning environment, giving you the skills and knowledge required to be successful in today's competitive economy. And while this is your day, I'm sure you would agree that there are many people who have contributed and take pride in your success. From the incredible faculty and staff, to your friends, new and old, to your families, this is a day for us all to celebrate together. Be confident as you leave here to take your next steps, whether to employment or further education. There will always be challenges, but there are great opportunities and infinite possibilities for those with the passion and enthusiasm to pursue their dreams. I wish you every success in all your future endeavors. Congratulations and good luck.
Mr. Chancellor, on the recommendation of the Senate of the University of Guelph, it is my great honor to present to you Julian Faulkner for the degree of Doctor of Laws, honoris causa. Dr. Faulkner, will you please stand? Julian Faulkner is a widely respected and nationally recognized lawyer who has campaigned on behalf of numerous disadvantaged and minority communities. Much of his practice has been devoted to the advocacy for human rights and public interest litigation. Mr. Faulkner has had a significant impact on speaking for those who cannot speak for themselves. He's taken on many legal cases on behalf of individuals and families where the action of public authority has been called into question. His goal has always been to seek justice and to make the system better in dealing with those disadvantaged by their place in life or mental capacity. He has done this by speaking truth to power and challenging the monolithic legal system to do a better job. The Canadian justice system is an adversarial one, as we know, and it requires courageous and capable individuals who are prepared to ask the difficult questions and to hold those in power to account. Julian Faulkner has taken on this role in a fearless and professional manner. He has argued many legal principles that have led to changes in law and how public power is exercised. His work on racial issues and minority concerns has made a difference and led him to being the first lawyer to gain recognition for racial profiling as a legitimate and valid defense for minority communities. He has successfully argued cases before the Supreme Court of Canada that have led to legal precedent, and he has advocated at inquests leading to the recommendations assisting the police and the public in very difficult situations to make the community safer. And he is a key player in the public debate regarding state power and individual rights. Causes that he has taken on have raised some of the most difficult human rights issues this country has had to confront. The police shootings of Lester Donaldson and Edmund Yu, the illegal rendition of Maher Arar, the Jordan Manners inquiry into school safety, and more recently the imprisonment and death of young Ashley Smith. His work has expanded to include advocacy for Aboriginal communities, including the Residential Schools Commission, First Nations Police Services, and First Nations governments. Last year alone, he won 2 precedent-setting cases in the Supreme Court of Canada that will change and strengthen police practices around police shootings and police discipline hearings across the country. Recognizing that the public interest is best served by all parts of society working together, Julian Faulkner was key to reaching out to all parts of the justice system, including the police and various marginalized communities, to hold a summit known as Saving Lives, the Alternatives to Lethal Force by Police, that brought together all who had an interest in reducing deaths during community police interactions. This summit directly led to changes in police procedures, public education, and community dialogue that made the community safer and positively impacted the lives of many individuals within the racialized and mental health communities. Mr. Faulkner is a prolific writer in constitutional law, issues of race in the justice system, as well as coroner's inquests. He has provided invaluable insight at continuing legal education events, as well as keynote presentations for many organizations. His public interest work has received many accolades, including being named by Canadian Lawyer magazine as one of Canada's top 25 most influential lawyers. Mr. Chancellor, in recognition of his outstanding career and tireless dedication to the civil rights of society, it is my honor to ask you to confer upon Julian Faulkner the degree of Doctor of Laws, honoris causa.
By the authority of the Senate of the University of Guelph, I admit you to the degree of Doctor of Laws, honoris causa. Congratulations. Dr. Julian Faulkner will now deliver the Convocation address.
Good morning. I want to begin by acknowledging Chancellor Mirvish, Chair Homer, President Whitaker, Vice Provost Walsh, Dr. Ellis, Vice President Dhaliwal, and Vice President Desmarais, the members of the platform, the invited guests, but obviously, most importantly, graduates. I want to assure you that the professional trait we have as lawyers of not being able to hiccup in 15 minutes is going to be left behind in favor of letting you get on with your day's celebration. It is exceedingly difficult for me to listen to that citation that I was very honored to hear. It must have been torture for you. I'm sensitive to this. We'll get on with it. When I heard the term doctor precede the word Faulkner, I simply assumed they were talking about my father. He's right here in the front row, and I'd ask him to rise because I want to honor him, my father. Dr. Errol Faulkner did it the hard way, with a PhD in chemistry, coming from Jamaica to attend McGill. My wife, Elizabeth, my sons, Ben and Justin, my sisters, Karen, my brother, David, my nephew, Alexander, my family are here, and I'm a very, very lucky man. You also have the support of your invited guests and family. And just for a second, leaving aside all the pomp and glory, why don't you give a round of applause to the people who helped you get through this? Vice Provost Walsh spoke of understanding what it means to be on a team, understanding that nothing worthwhile gets accomplished on your own. No truer words were ever spoken than in reference to those cases you heard Dr. Ellis speak of. The truth of the matter is that I get the credit, but there's a whole team that props me up. Two of those team members are here today, Julian Roy and Asha James. I just want to thank them and acknowledge their incredible contributions over the years in advancing these cases. Now, I have the joy of having some pastimes outside of being a lawyer. One of them is I'm a pilot. And as a pilot, you have to forget being a lawyer when you're up there. You can't persuade or advocate Mother Nature into stopping the turbulence. And if that ground hits you from 6,000 feet up, there's not a legal argument under the sun that's going to save your butt. There's a couple of terms in flying that come to mind when I thought of the words that I would impart to you today. When a pilot lands, he or she can do what we call a touch and go. They can land and take off again. Or alternatively, of course, they can do a full stop. And in doing a full stop, they might choose to park the aircraft, or they might backtrack and start over again. Each one of you that's graduating in the justice program, or in fact, in the media program, each of you can be a cog in the justice system and simply do a touch and go, or you can do something more. Now, doing something more isn't for everybody. Let's be honest about it. There are those who are content to go through their life, enjoying their family, committing real time to places outside of their job. I admire those people. I don't understand them, but I admire them. I admire them because of their ability to focus on areas outside of their career. But if you choose to accomplish something more than a touch and go in your career, if you choose to be more than simply a cog in the justice system, I'm here to talk to you about the wonderful opportunity you now have to contribute. Society created a justice system. We created a legal order to create civilization out of chaos, to avoid anarchy, to ensure order in society. We govern ourselves according to a rule of law to ensure that we share a common sense and respect for fundamental principles and values infused by fairness, equality, and our democratic ideals. In a case that I had the honor of litigating, I used a quote from Supreme Court of Canada Justice Abbott on abuse of public office. Now, abuse of public office is a tort. I can get all fancy with you, but the bottom line is you get to sue public officials for being corrupt. Now, that's sport. A quote out of Roncorelli and Duplessis that I swore to myself when I saw it I'd read to the court I want to read to you today. Every official, from the Prime Minister down to a constable or a collector of taxes, is under the same responsibility for every act done without legal justification as any other citizen. That premise that we are all governed by the rule of law is now your mantle as a player in the justice system to always remember. There is a reason we govern ourselves according to the rule of law. We do it to ensure that we're accountable. Have we succeeded? I heard Chair Homer refer to the splendors of being Canadian and the tolerance we have amongst one another and the very sensible idea of a moment of reflection that respected all faiths. And it is true. If you heard my very poor voice singing O Canada, you'll know just how proud I am of this country and to be Canadian. But at the same time, there are many areas for which pride would not be the first thing that comes to mind in terms of our accomplishments at home. Last year in March 2013, as a result of the splendid work done by Professor Owusu Bempah of the University of Toronto, statistics were revealed about our youth in our Ontario jails. Now, as graduates, it is imperative that just for a moment, you forget where you are, you forget Julian Faulkner, you forget your family and supporters, and you listen to me. Because you will be interacting with who I'm about to talk about. It was revealed that while First Nations youth, Aboriginal youth, occupy only 2.9% of the population, they actually represent 15% of our youth custody facilities. 5 times their proportion in the population. They are overrepresented by 5 times in our jails, the youth. Black youth are represented 4 times their population. Since 2003, the incarceration rate for youth has actually declined across the population, with the exception of Aboriginal and Black youth. We as a society have a number of fears, and our inability to overcome those fears have done us real damage. Our fear of those who are different from us, our fear of rethinking how we do business, create paralysis by analysis. We are unable to get out of a certain mode, and we are stuck in that mode. We continue to think about using the criminal justice system as a tool of social control, as a means for dealing with our mentally ill. We continue to use the criminal justice system as a means for repairing what we did to First Nations out of residential schools. And we continue to use our justice system as a means of managing those who have suffered terrible inequities. You will be on the receiving end. You will be downstream from what we've done. What I urge you to keep in mind as you are managing these issues, just as the correctional officers had to manage Ashley Smith, you will have to manage these issues. Now, you can do a touch and go. You can punch the clock. Or you can recognize when something is horribly wrong. You will have to have the courage to manage your own fears. You may have to report what you see. You may have to stand up and say, no, not me. I won't be a tool of this. That's not for everyone. But there is wealth in principle. There is wealth in risk. And there is wealth in not simply doing a touch and go. I urge you, implore you, as our next generation of justice officials, go out there, succeed, and be courageous. Congratulations on your special day.
Thank you for those truly inspiring words. Doctor, falconing. Graduates, the moment has arrived. Will the graduating class please rise? Mr. Chancellor, I have the honour to present to you these scholars who have fulfilled the statutory requirements laid down by the Senate of the University of Guelph, that they may be admitted to their various and several degrees with all the rights, privileges and obligations appertaining thereto.
By the authority of the Senate of the University of Guelph, I admit you to the degree of Doctor of Laws, honoris causa. No, oops, I'm sorry. Ooh. Pause. Page 2. By virtue of the authority vested in me and in the University of Guelph, I hereby accept you for admission to the various and several degrees with all the rights, privileges, and obligations appertaining thereto.
You do know that he can make you Doctor of Laws if he wishes. President Whitaker, I have the honour to present to you these scholars who fulfilled the academic requirements of Humber Institute of Technology and Advanced Learning in their respective programs, that they may be admitted to their various and several diplomas with all the rights, privileges and obligations appertaining thereto.
I admit you to your various and several Humber Institute of Technology and Advanced Learning diplomas with all the rights, privileges and obligations appertaining thereto.
Will members of the graduating class please be seated?
Hi, my name is George Bragas. I'm the Assistant Vice Provost here at the University of Guelph Humber. It is my honor today to be announcing the names of the graduates. There's going to be 3 groups of students graduating this morning. I would ask that you withhold your applause until the end of each group to ensure that each student's name can be heard clearly. But at the end of each group, we will expect some truly thunderous applause from friends and family. Mr. Chancellor and President Whitaker, I have the honor to present to you these scholars from the University of Guelph Humber that they may be admitted to the degree of Bachelor of Applied Arts Justice Studies. Melanie Arch. Brian Roland Bergeron. Jason Brodegum, with distinction. Joy Sandra Marie Brown, with distinction. Lynn Calvert Coulter. Paula Roberta Fote. Jennifer Gigante, with distinction. Delroy Gordon, with distinction. Christopher Michael Goss, with distinction. Harris Huska. Christopher Johnston, with distinction. Dorna Kennedy. Ronald Kahn, with distinction. Matthew Killam, with distinction. Kim Ledgerwood, with distinction. Aaron Mayer Belfay. Celine Metwally. Mohammed Mohammed. Paul Penner. Joanne Rudnick, with distinction. Dominic Sinopoli, with distinction. Kelly Skinner, with distinction. Sydney Thomas, with distinction. Shannon Trainer. Peter Wallace, with distinction. Kevin Williams. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the class of 2014 for the BAA program. Mr. Chancellor and President Whitaker, I have the honor to present to you these scholars from the University of Guelph Humber, that they may be admitted to the degree of Bachelor of Applied Science and a diploma in Law and Security or Police Foundations. I should say, I got a misspelling here, a degree of a Bachelor of Applied Science and Justice Studies, and to repeat, a diploma in Law and Security or Police Foundations. Yusra Ahmad. Natasha Maria Amato. Parham Aryan. Tanvir Aujla. Bianca Benes. Nicola Blagotic. Rajneet Bola. Kailash Budram. Sheldon Booth. Ciprianos Karasulos. Janice Chiwai Chin. Jennifer Lillian Chipman. Jasmine Chohan. Olivia Ann Crossley with distinction. Cassandra Da Silva with distinction. Nina Grace Dane. Mario Dastoli. Benjamin Thomas Davis with distinction. Sonia Day. Tanisha Downs. Camille Duff. Alma Ekuban. Nicole Marie Evangelista. Marco Gianpiero Febraro. Sean Fenton. Ashley Nicole Fedor. Kadeem Tawani Ford. Lucas Joseph Franchuk with distinction. Andrew Garofano. Anthony Edward Gavilanes Valencia. Melissa Janot. Alana Marie Gillespie. Stephen Gomes. Jessica Govea. Usama Hafiz. Jonathan Hidalgo. Supriya Huda with distinction. Michael Ilchinsky with distinction. Joel Ketwaru. Adam Khan with distinction. Safa Fatima Khan. Paul Krasuski. Megan Lee. Jason Lisi. Carlo Lontock. Alexander Lucic. Cassandra Malazis. Jonathan James Nancaro. Tommy Ween. Christian Andres Ortiz. Madalena Pineda. Gary Pepper. Matthew Raphael Perdue. Narisa Savitri Prasad. Brittany Petro. Matthew Palbadetto. Dana Polis. Rohan Prohit. Kevin Quadros with distinction. John Gordon Quinn. Samantha Ramatar. Tiara Ramratan. Haresh Ramroop. Luca Roncaden. Yeah. David Russell with distinction. Satpal Singh Sangha. Rabbi Shanawaz. Jasdeep Sidhu. Monroe Sidhu. Leanna Mae Sinclair. Marissa Singh with distinction and also Vice Provost Award for Academic Excellence. Sabina Lee Smith with distinction. Simrat Paul Singh Sudan. Pretty Sra. Christopher J. Switalski. Douglas Tannehill with distinction. Nirashana Thermalingam. John Oren Thomas. Samantha Torville with distinction. Ryan Triquilo. Stephen Tyler. Laurel Vase with distinction. Sonia Voinov with distinction. Saeed Ali Wasti. Christopher William Weeks. Travis Allen Westlake. Damian Arthur Wheelgomas with distinction. Lincoln Michael Williamson. Bill Yang. Natharshan Yogaraja. Matea Emilia Zemla. Yuri Jolob. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the class of 2014 Justice Studies. Mr. Chancellor, President Whitaker, I have the honor to present to you these scholars from the University of Guelph Humber that they may be admitted to the degree of Bachelor of Applied Arts in Media Studies and the Diploma in Creative Photography or Journalism, Print Broadcast, or Media Communications, or Public Relations. Farah Abu Krabi with distinction. Olua Mayowa Adibajo, with distinction. That's the first selfie in the history of Guelph Humber Convocations. Mark Baber. Alexander Walter Byrock, with distinction. Kristen Jana Bambrick, with distinction. Michael Robert Baxter. David Andrew Bay, with distinction. Zoe Bigopoulos, with distinction. Roxana Beruzzi Nobar, with distinction. Dana Elizabeth Bellamy, with distinction. Keith Bennett. Emily Claire Boland, with distinction. Mata Reshma Budu. Rob Jason Bortz, with distinction. Vanessa Bauer. Congratulations. Michael Robert Brown, with distinction, and the Vice Provost Award for Academic Excellence. Kevin Grant Brewbreaker. Michelle Brusolo, with distinction. Andrew Budish. Alexandra Burstein. William Ross Campbell, with distinction. Chandra Lynn Campbell Henderson. Jacqueline Carlisle. Matthew Cartagena. Gabriela Cerritos, with distinction. Alessandro Coluccio. Deborah Simone Coor. Dustin Edmundo Cordero, with distinction. Cassandra Grace Corrigan. Chelsea Nikita Cosentino Willis, with distinction. Emily Nicole Crane with distinction. Eiffel Cruz. Nathan Joseph Dallaire with distinction. Just drop my glasses there, sorry. Sarah Davis with distinction. Sarah Ashley DeShaltis. Natalie Ann DeBartolo. Remy DeLima. Erica Duhaney. Cassandra Elizabeth Engineer with distinction. Sean Fernando with distinction. Katrina Farrow. Sherelle Fisher Borising. Sean Forbes with distinction. Christian Francescuti with distinction. Evan French. Ashley Crystal Gate with distinction. Carly Evelyn Gasparotto. Sinead Gopholm. Robin Gosh with distinction. Mia Giffen with distinction. Rebecca Kristen Gilchrist. Paige Jean Glassmith with distinction. Joanne Teresa Gonsalves. Caitlin Nicole Graham. Veronica Granja Sierra with distinction. Casey Luann Harkness with distinction. Adam Hardy. Jill Marie Heinzman with distinction. Nicole Alexandra Hildreth. Samuel Kane Hume with distinction. Claire Sophie Humanic. Brianne Nicole Hurley. Paige Irons. Sumaya Israr. Benud Javidarad. Congrats. Sarah Jorstad with distinction. Angelique Simone Joseph. Elizabeth Molly Carey. John Klassen. Matea Labrovich with distinction. Luca Lamana. Eric Benjamin Lehman with distinction. Naomi Melanie Lanage. Alexa Brooke Lewis. Nadia Leanne Maciel with distinction. Jessica Majorano with distinction. Kaylee Marie Marlowe. Rebecca Allison Matouche. Brittany Amanda McCogney. Stephanie Elizabeth Millard. Shelby Catherine Morrell. Danica Moses. Raha Moshfeghian. Melissa Motika with distinction. More Blessing Munangwa. Jenelame Newcomb with distinction. Sophia Ozowski with distinction. Melody Rose Padula with distinction. Adrian Pagliaroli. Deanna Patricia Pasgas. Vera Pereira Marx with distinction. Ariel Rachel Peters with distinction. Jacqueline Alyssa Peters with distinction. Victoria Peterson. Leanne Justine Phillips. Christine Pasea. Brianna McCall Punch. Angeline Mary Panakovich, with distinction. Brooke Frederick Reagan. Indu Rajkumar, with distinction. Jessica Diane Raymond, with distinction. Nicole Rego, with distinction. Alexia Shelley Dean Reed. Emily Alexandra Reed, with distinction. Sergio Roque. Sarah Lee Janelle Rowe. Robert David Ruskinen. Brittany Marie Secour. Danica Samuel. Peter Mario Sanfilippo, with distinction. Emily Ann Santee. Laura Sartori, with distinction. Hannah Satherstrom. Kevin William Skase. Danielle Marie Schalk, with distinction. Brandon Schiaffoni, with distinction. Paloma Scruvala. Tabitha Sipalsing. Veronica Lee Shepard, with distinction. Jacqueline Alexandra Simon. Alexandra Caitlin Simpson. Eric Skadorva, with distinction. Nicholas Gregory Skinner, with distinction. Adam Lewis Slynn, with distinction. Anesha Salarski, with distinction. Emily McHale Solti. Amy Nicole Sonnenberg. Samantha Lauren Stevnicki. Kalina Tatiana Terrace, with distinction. Tasha Taylor. Kyla Tatey. Caitlin Danielle Terrio. Allison Tower. Urenya. Stephanie Amalia Urenya. Alexandra Vergiris. Stephanie Villela with distinction. Carolina Visick with distinction. Ariel Olivia Renee Vaughn Bento. John Vuyukas. Cameron Henry Walters, okay. Cameron Henry Walters. Emma Walters. Danica Elizabeth Williams with distinction. Adam Taylor Wilson with distinction. Amy Sarah Wright. Ashley Margaret Young with distinction. Reja Zaidi. Maurizio Zambito with distinction. Dina Zayed with distinction. Sonia Michelle Zimmerman. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the Class of 2014 Media Studies.
Mr. Chancellor. Whoops. Mr. Chancellor, President Whitaker, I ask that you confer the various and several degrees and diplomas on the graduates listed in the programme but unable to be present at this ceremony.
By virtue of the authority vested in me and in the University of Guelph, I confer the various and several degrees in absentia on the graduates not present today.
By virtue of the authority vested in me, I confer the various and several diplomas in absentia on the graduands not present today.
Following convocation, a light reception will be held for all graduates and guests in the foyer area. This is an opportunity to congratulate the graduates, and we hope that you all can attend. Convocation is dismissed.
timing, Leah. How's the timing?
It's okay. Work on it.
Yeah, but there was a lot of that.
There was a lot of dead air in the beginning, right? It took a long time.
convocation ceremony. We are so proud of the accomplishments of the graduating class of 2014, and we are honored to have you here today to celebrate with us. I'd like to share with you some of what you can expect to see in today's proceedings. The ceremonials used for conferring degrees and granting diplomas have evolved over a millennium, and the gowns and hoods you see today reflect that history. The hood colors represent the degree and diploma being awarded and incorporate the school colors from both institutions. The ceremony will begin with the arrival and procession of the graduands. This will be followed by elements of today's proceedings that have been influenced by both new and old traditions. Beginning with the arrival of the mace for both institutions, a symbol of the university and college. The University of Guelph mace is carried by the Beadle, Melissa Mello, who is a University of Guelph Humber alumna and the 2006 recipient of the Michael Nightingale Award. The Humber mace is carried by alumnus Tristan Gary, the 2014 Michael Nightingale Award recipient. Following the arrival of the maces will be the Chancellor and the President of Humber College Institute of Technology and Advanced Learning. They will be followed by members of the administration and honorees, fellows of the university, and members of the board and senate from the University of Guelph, members of the Board of Governors for Humber. It will also include members of faculty, staff, and alumni. When the platform party arrives, begins their procession, I would ask that you please stand for their arrival. The degrees and diplomas will be conferred and granted in the order you see in your program. The presenter will announce the degree and diploma being granted at the start of each category. When the graduate leaves the stage, they will be given both a degree and a diploma parchment as the final act of the ceremony. We understand the joy and excitement accompanying such an auspicious occasion, but we ask that you please hold your applause until after each group of graduates has crossed the stage. However, sighs of relief from family members and squeals of surprise from fellow students are of course permissible. In addition, I expect a truly thunderous applause after each group of graduates has crossed the stage. After all the degrees and diplomas are conferred and granted, and all the cheers are cheered, the Chancellor will close the ceremony. Please do remain standing during the recessional until the platform party has exited the hall. You will then have a chance to connect with your graduate, take photos, and enjoy a light reception in the lobby. Once the ceremony begins, we ask that you please keep the aisles clear. Taking pictures during the ceremony is allowed, but we ask that you do so from your seat just out of respect for other guests. There will be lots of opportunities for photographs during the reception. Please turn off all phones, and if you must leave the hall for any reason during the ceremony, please do so from door number 4. Please take a note of the exits nearest to you. In the event of an emergency, please safely make your way to that exit and follow the directions of the ushers. And finally, following the ceremony, there will be an opportunity for each graduate to ring the University of Guelph Humber bell. Today, the graduates are marking an important moment in time. This is the end of their journey at the University of Guelph Humber and the beginning of their next stage of life. We think this is a very significant moment and it deserves recognition. And so the sound of the bell will mark this transition. The bell will be placed outside the main entrance of the Pearson Convention Center following the ceremony, and I encourage you to accompany your graduate as they take a moment to ring the bell to mark the official end of their educational journey at the University of Guelph Humber and their entry into the alumni family. And now, without further delay, it is my honor to be the first person to congratulate the graduates on their success and offer my congratulations to the family and friends who are here to support them. Welcome to Convocation for the University of Guelph Humber Class of 2014.
For strong wind. seven seas that run high. All those things that don't
glowing hearts we see thee rise, our true north, strong
for
and
the
free.
good times are all
And wide,
gone,
O
and I'm bound for
we stand
moving
on guard for
I'll look
thee.
for you if I
God, keep
live
our
back
land
this way.
glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Still, I wish you'd change your mind.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Would you please remain standing? For many of us gathered here today to celebrate the achievements of students at the University of Guelph Humber, it is the custom and practice on occasions such as this to take a few moments for personal reflection and thanks. We are truly fortunate to live in a country where, relative to so much of the world, we enjoy freedoms, security, and prosperity that so many others do not have. Therefore, I ask that we respect the various spiritual and faith traditions represented in this room with a short period of silence now to mark the opening of this convocation ceremony. Thank you. Please be seated.
I officially declare the opening of this convocation ceremony.
Mr. Chancellor, President Whitaker, President Sommerly, distinguished guests, member of the Platform Party, our friends, alumni, family, and graduands. As the Vice Provost of the University of Guelph Humber, it is my privilege to welcome you all to this convocation. So how do you feel? You look beautiful. And so do I. Welcome, of course. What a great day. I'm here for a good time. What about you? I remember when I first met some of you and your parents and family members 4 years ago at the Ontario University's Fair. I remember some of the days during that summer when you were considering coming to the University of Guelph Humber, and I met you again in the various open houses. And I remember seeing you in the first week of classes, first day as a matter of fact, and I made you a promise then. I'm going to keep that promise. You won't remember what it is, but I do. Vice Presidents don't forget. I said 3 things to you then. I asked 3 things. The first thing I asked you to do was to work hard. And you have. That's why you're sat there now. Round of applause for you, I think. You work hard because very little in life is achieved by people who do not work hard. And that work ethic that you've demonstrated over the past 4 years, you were not born with it. You learned it. You learned it from your family members, from your peers, from your friends, and hopefully from a lot of the people who are sat on this stage now. My advice to you, It's a good tradition. Keep it up. It will stand you in good stead in the future. The second thing I asked you to do was to hone your skills and learn to be a good team member. Perhaps a little bit overworked as a phrase, but it will stand you in good stead. My advice to you is keep it up. It will work for you in the future as it has in the past. And the third thing I asked you to do was to have a good time and enjoy what you do. Life is not a rehearsal for anything else. You might as well enjoy what you do. And from the interactions I have had with students, you over the past 4 years, I think you managed to live up to that. As you go forward, every single person on this stage and every single person that works at Guelph Humber is proud of your achievements and has had the privilege of being part of your life for the past few years. That goes for every single faculty member, staff member, everyone associated with the University of Guelph Humber. We only do one thing here. We focus on student success. And every single person at the University of Guelph Humber is an educator. What a privilege to have been with you. Today is not a time for Vice Provosts to give long speeches. It is a time to recognize your achievements. We have the opportunity to meet with you and your family and hope that you will always stay in touch with us. Mr. Chancellor, it would be remiss of me in this convocation not to note that this will be the last convocation that the Vice-Chancellor and President of the University of Guelph, Dr. Alistair Summerlee, will preside. We have been fortunate to have his guidance and support through the university for over 11 years, and I would like to note that in passing as we complete this convocation. But for now, get loose. Have a good time, and it is my privilege to invite Dr. Alistair Summerlee, the President and Vice-Chancellor of the University of Guelph, to come forward and bring greetings from the university to this convocation.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon. Welcome, everybody. Convocation is an incredible celebration, a celebration of achievement, a celebration of support of family members, and a celebration of love and dedication from those people who've been teaching you. I'd just like you to think back for a few minutes. Think about some of the fantastic things that you've done whilst you've been here. Think about some of the things that were not so good that you had to do. What would you say was the stupidest thing that you did when you were here? I love it, because when I ask these questions from here, you can see the thoughts pass across your faces. I say something fantastic and you smile. I say something that was not so good and there's a frown. You probably remember a paper that you didn't do or didn't hand in on time. And then I say what did you do that was stupid, and you divide into two types. There are those of you that have a twinkle in your eye because you can remember something that was really fun. And there are those of you that are looking as if to say, oh my goodness, he's creeping me on Facebook. Why do I say this? I say it because it's important for you to fix into your minds all the memories of being at Guelph Humber, all of the people that you have met, all of the friendships you have made, and all of the things that you have learned. Because that is what will persist when you leave this place, and I hope that you take with you some absolutely fantastic memories of a unique and wonderful experience. More than a decade ago, I sat in a room with a group of people trying to devise a new type of education in Ontario. And we wondered whether it would be possible to combine a diploma and a degree. And for me to stand here now and watch you graduate with such verve and excitement, with such commitment and enthusiasm, is a reward beyond all measure. It may be difficult for you to see it, but you are the future, and you have such incredible lives ahead of you. Live them to the fullest. As John said, we will miss you at Guelph Humber, but stay connected with us, please, and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Whitaker, and I have the privilege to serve as the President and CEO of Humber College. This is a great day, and as you've heard from both Alistair and John, a day to think back, a day to remember, but most of all, a day to celebrate. So let's do that in a few minutes. Members of the Platform Party, honored guests, faculty and staff, family, friends, and especially our graduates, it's my great pleasure to welcome you and bring greetings from the entire Humber community. Convocation is always the high point of the academic year for me, and as you can tell, for many people on this stage as well. It is a celebration of student success and an opportunity for us to be inspired by our students' achievements. The graduates have worked hard to get to this day. You've been challenged to meet the high standards established for your programs, and through determination and perseverance, you have succeeded. You're graduating with a dual credential, as has just been described. And we know that if you tried to do this at other institutions, it would take you far longer to complete. Your University of Guelph Humber education has given you what can only be described as the best of both worlds. In combining university and college curriculum, you have been able to apply theoretical learning in an applied learning environment, giving you the skills and knowledge required to be successful in today's competitive economy. And while this is your day, I'm sure you'd agree that there are many people who have contributed and take pride in your success. From the incredible faculty and staff, to your friends, new and old, to your families, this is a day for all of us to celebrate together. Be confident as you leave here to take your next steps, whether to employment or further education. There will always be challenges, but there are great opportunities and infinite possibilities for those with the passion and enthusiasm to pursue their dreams. I wish you every success in all your future endeavors. Congratulations and good luck.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Paul Sherman. I'm the program head of Early Childhood and Family and Community Social Service Programs. Mr. Chancellor, on the recommendation of the Senate of the University of Guelph, it is my great honor to present to you Johann Olav Koss for the degree of Doctor of Laws, honoris causa. Mr. Johann Koss is President and CEO of the Right to Play International. Right to Play is a global organization that uses the transformative power of play to educate and empower children facing adversity. Through playing sports and games, Right to Play helps 1 million children weekly in more than 20 countries to build essential life skills and better futures while driving lasting social change. Before Right to Play, Mr. Koss was perhaps best known as a 4-time Olympic gold medalist in speed skating, breaking 11 world records over the course of his career. Shortly before the 1994 Lillehammer Games, Mr. Koss became involved with Olympic Aid, predecessor to Right to Play. After visiting the African country of Eritrea, it was this visit that motivated him to donate the prize money of his first Olympic gold medal to Olympic Aid and to encourage his fellow citizens to donate 10 Norwegian crowns for each gold medal won by Norway. His dedication to sport and excellence has translated into a truly transcendent humanitarian effort on behalf of disadvantaged children around the world. Under his leadership, Right to Play has grown into an internationally recognized non-governmental organization and a leader in the United Nations Sport for Development and Peace. In 2012, his organization engaged 889 Canadian Aboriginal children and 32 community mentors in 134 youth-led events. They initiated programming to promote life skills in Aboriginal youth to build on the strengths of Aboriginal youth and their communities, while supporting the value of culture and identity. Mr. Johan Olav Koss represents the kind of visionary, innovative, and humanitarian leader that the University of Guelph Humber is proud to acknowledge with an honorary degree. It is at this time I ask you, Mr. Chancellor, to confer upon Johan Olav Koss the degree of Doctor of Laws honoris causa.
By the authority... By the authority of the Senate of the University of Guelph, I admit you to the degree of Doctor of Laws honoris causa. Johan, congratulations. Thank you. Dr. Koss will now deliver the convocation address.
Wow. Good afternoon. Congratulations. Dear faculty, friends, family, and all of you proud parents out there. Above all, welcome and congratulations to the Guelph Humber graduating class of 2014. Congratulations. I'm proud to be one of you. It's a great honor. Thank you very much, Paul Sherman, for the introduction, your citation, and for this honorary degree at the Guelph Humber. This is a privilege for me to be here together with you today, and you will get your diploma when I'm finished. All right? Stay. At Right to Play, we're guided by the belief that play has the power to transform a child's life. Through it, we help kids find confidence and academic success, and they learn critical lessons about things like prevention of health, building peace, and gender equality. Games are our coursework, but like your experience here at the University of Guelph Humber, the lessons outlined on the syllabus are only a small part of your education, an education that's going to continue throughout your life. So there, deans and professors, please cover your ears now, okay? Maybe not literally, but it's not about the piece of paper you're going to get. You might never do the things your degree says you qualify to do. Personally, I spent 10 years in medical school, and I've never worked a single day as a doctor. I don't regret it, but I wouldn't necessarily advise that approach to you, okay? To graduate at university, it's an incredible accomplishment, and you honor the most people on earth actually don't even have a chance to accomplish or even attempt. Even more proud of the parchment you received today Be proud of the person you've become in this process. I believe there are 3 critical elements and things that shapes who we are. 1, the important people in our life. 2, our experiences. And 3, our inner conversations. You know, growing up, I could have never guessed that I would be here today, accepting an honorary degree in law from such a wonderful institution. No, I grew up in Norway, okay? I didn't even know it existed. So like any Norwegian boy, I wanted to become a Viking. Thanks. Actually, I dreamed of becoming an Olympic speed skater. As it turned out, at the time I was quite bad at it, skating. But what I lacked in natural talent, I made up in hard work. The reason I could push myself to train longer and harder than anyone else was because of people like my grandmother. No matter what my dreams were or how unlikely it was to become, my grandmother always said, "Johan, you can do whatever you want to do." Even when she saw me fall on the ice a lot. It sounds like a cliche. Well, it is a cliche. But her support to me helped me believe in myself. That positive reinforcement from a trusted source gave me the power to see my own success. That's what more than 16,400 local volunteer right-to-play coaches do for children around the world today. And that's what our parents, or your parents, professors and friends here at the university have done for you. I know this because you are here today, because you succeeded achieving this goal. It wouldn't be possible without their support. In 1994, a very long time ago, I won 3 gold medals in speed skating at the Lillehammer Winter Olympics. It was a pretty good week for me. But the truth is, when I took when I look at the course of my life, from Olympians to medical students to president and CEO of Right to Play, the Olympics are not the experience that has shaped me the most. Instead, it was one day I was in the slums in Asmara, the capital city of Eritrea, a country on the Horn of Africa. I was there only 6 months before the Olympics in '94, and I was there apart as a humanitarian mission. We arrived at the end of a brutal civil war, and I witnessed a degree of poverty, suffering, and destruction I never would imagine. It was overwhelming. How could the world be so unfair? What could I possibly do to help? Then I met a group of boys. The experience was pretty simple. One particular boy took off his long-sleeved shirt he was wearing, knotted it up, and it was transformed into a group's soccer ball. They all wanted to play, and he had to be there with his long-sleeved shirt. As they played, I watched the stress of reality melt away. The tanks around them became the stands filled with cheering fans. The uneven dirt transformed into pristine grass pitch, and the boys got to be soccer stars, just as the World Cup we watch today. But more than that, they got to be kids. Fast forward 20 years, and today we have more than 1 million children participate in right-to-play programs on a weekly basis. Their repeat experience of play helps them develop positive, long-term behavior like better health practices, peaceful conflict resolution skills, and confidence in becoming leaders. Witnessing the power of play is an experience I've had in thousands of times since that day in '93. It has impacted my behavior so much, it has become my life. and it's the thing I get to do every single day. There is an expression saying, doing what you like is freedom. Liking what you do is happiness. Consider your experiences. What inspires you? What makes you happy? Find those things and do them over and over again until they become a habit. Good habits leads to success. And great habits leads to lasting change. And change is nothing you need to be afraid of. Today marks a big change for you. As you begin this new chapter in your lives, remember that no one is more qualified to write the story than you are. So listen to your own instinct. It's a child's instinct to play. That's what makes it such an effective tool for education and empowerment. But the instinct to play does not disappear with age. They're just to be brave enough to trust yourself and use your imagination. With luck, like my grandmother, the important people in your life have given the support of positive reinforcement and make your inner conversation a confident and hopeful one, empowering you with the ability to imagine a bright future. Each person in the world has an inner conversation. It's factual and emotional, and we can shape our own conversations. My ability to envision the work that became Right to Play grew out of my first attempt at social change. That was following the '94 Olympics. After seeing the boys play in Eritrea, my instinct began to tell me that sport and play could change the world. I said, well, Johan, kids love sport. I love sport. It's taught me a lot of discipline and the confidence, and it's given me remarkable opportunities, obviously. And every child deserves to experience that. So winning 3 gold medals at home, on the home ice in one of Norway's most popular sports, gave me a unique opportunity to be heard. So I asked Norwegian children to donate used sport equipment. Then, as I boarded the plane going to Eritrea to deliver tons of sport equipment, the media started calling me an idiot. Yes. I'd never been called an idiot before. Certainly not on the front page of a newspaper. But doubt was creeping in. I panicked a little, but my instinct told me that it was the right thing to do. At least I couldn't turn back. When I arrived in Eritrea, I met the president. So I said to him, I'm sorry, you've called for food and shelter and water, and I brought your soccer balls. I made a mistake. And he looked at me and said, Johan, this is the greatest gift you can have ever given us. For the first time, we feel like treated like human beings, not just wanted to be kept alive, but with real dreams and hopes. Now, our children also can play. That was a pretty great experience too. So the important people in my life have been my strongest supporters and the most constructive critics. My experiences have taught me what I value, where there is a need and how my action and behaviors can have an impact. My inner conversation continues to evolve and guide me. And the face of adversity, my instincts still say, keep going, you're an idiot. Love. I hope that all of you also are surrounded by people that you love and trust, who mentor you and help you to see your full potential, and that you in turn become an important person to someone else. I hope that you will have a life full of experiences that help you identify your strength and use them to unearth your personal and professional success. I hope that every day the loudest voice sharing on you is your own. Thank you so much to the University of Guelph Humber for the incredible honor to stand here and graduate with you, to get this degree. Thank you in advance to all of you for the wonderful things you will do in your life with this degree and in all of your life lessons. Congratulations. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you for those truly inspiring words, Dr. Koss. Graduates, the moment has arrived. Will the graduating class please rise? Mr. Chancellor, I have the honour to present to you these scholars who have fulfilled the statutory requirements laid down by the Senate of the University of Guelph that they may be admitted to their various and several degrees with all of the rights, privileges and obligations appertaining thereto.
By virtue of the authority vested in me and in the University of Guelph, I hereby accept you for admission to the various and several degrees with all the rights, privileges, and obligations appertaining thereto.
President Whitaker, I have the honour to present to you these scholars who have fulfilled the academic requirements of Humber Institute of Technology and Advanced Learning in their respective programs, that they may be admitted to their various and several diplomas with all of the rights, privileges and obligations appertaining thereto.
I admit you to your various and several Humber Institute of Technology and Advanced Learning diplomas, with all the rights, privileges and obligations appertaining thereto.
Will members of the graduating class please be seated?
Hi, my name is George Bragas. I'm the Assistant Vice Provost at the University of Guelph Humber. I will have the honor today to be announcing the names of the graduates. There will be 3 groups of students graduating this afternoon. I would ask that you withhold your applause until each of the groups, until the end of each of the groups, to ensure that each student's name can be heard clearly. At the end of each group, however, we will expect some truly thunderous applause from friends and family. Mr. Chancellor and President Whitaker, I have the honor to present to you these scholars from the University of Guelph Humber that they may be admitted to the degree of Bachelor of Applied Science, Early Childhood, and the Diploma in Early Childhood Education. Kathleen Rose Almeida. Ravdeep Bains. Tahira Taslima Baksh. Tessa Baldwin. Diana Shane Bancoud. Megan Catherine Barrett. Lauren Ashley Barsuck. Caitlin Bennett with distinction. Kayla Beacom. Navdeep Kaur Bular with distinction. Melissa Louise Bishop with distinction. Kendra Elise Bondi with distinction. Danielle Bouchard. Vanessa Ashley Brundia. Michelle Bungay with distinction. Sarah Casali. Michelle Castronovo. Alexandria Celebre. Alexia Lucia Celebre. Sheila Shasavar Arshad with distinction. Elisa Chepeta. Marie Ann Ciampa. Michelle Jessica Colafranceschi. Amanda Colangelo. Brittany Elizabeth Collier. Emily Marie Coppes. Ashley Lynn Cosgrove. Ariana Natasha Danziger with distinction. Amanda Di Cristofaro with distinction. Amory Dillon with distinction. Jessica Lauren DiGirolamo. Marianne Dindia with distinction. Chantal D'Souza. Lena Eladay. Christina Rose Evangelista with distinction. Ekram Farah. Michelle Ferreira. Natasha Marie Filippo with distinction. Millicent Forbes with distinction. Rebecca Jill Fox with distinction. Zahira Hassan. Victoria Callista Hassan. Allison Holmes. Lindsay Horvath. Tess Rachel Howarth with distinction. Nicole Isgro with distinction and the Vice Provost Award for Academic Excellence. Elenia Italiano with distinction. Jennifer Amanda John. Samantha Grace George with distinction. Amarjeet Kaur. Ilana Lejoy. Rebecca Lomker. Brooke Lumley. Stephanie Malasani. Angela Marshall. Chloe Marie Martin with distinction. Laura Menegasi with distinction. Samantha Miyako. Sean Miller. Stephanie Muha. Alessandra Napoli. Veronica Navid with distinction. Janine Nunez. Samra Obaidi with distinction. Diana Panozzo. Tammy Sue Pinacho. Kavita Persad. Taylor Bray Peterson. Alicia Louise Court. Trisha Ramden. Alexa Renzella. Gurpreet Riat with distinction. Amanda Lisa Rodriguez. Alexandra Danielle Rotondo. Janessa Marie Scantlebury. Ruth Ann Schefter with distinction. Allison Sandra Schroeder. Gatinder Singh. Mandeep Singh. Sheena Singh. Shannon Cassandra Smith. Brittany Souza. Bianca Angela Stornick with distinction. Julia Storino. Rihanna Tarafter. Efrosini Maria Safatinos. Navjeevan Kaur Upal. Amanda Yvonne Watson. Julia Margaret White. Shanessa Wright. Jillian Younger with distinction. Jennifer Zaman. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the ECE class of 2014. Mr. Chancellor and President Whitaker, I have the honor to present to you these scholars from the University of Guelph Humber that they may be admitted to the degree of Bachelor of Applied Sciences, Family and Community Social Services, and the Social Service Worker Diploma. Mercy Adianjo. Manahil Akhtar with distinction. see Alvarez. Okay. Okay. Juliana Alvarez. Okay. Alexandra. Alexandra Joanne Armstrong. Sasha Trudy Boudou. Sasha Boudou. Sasha Boudou. Lauren Brown. Stephanie Brown. Bushra Bukhari. Melissa Chow. Erica Chapa. Sylvia Clark. Sylvia Clark. Samantha Nicole Correa. Sarah Costa. Alexandra Cibula. Stephanie Da Silva. Stephanie Da Silva. Sarah Francis DeFilippis. Sarah Francis DeFilippis. Donna Dieppe. Carly-Ann Dukacheski. Victoria Lynn Fleming Lockman with distinction and the Vice Provost Award for Academic Excellence. Brittany Elizabeth Gale with distinction. Nikita Gale. Brandon Hindle. Okay. Brandon Hindle. Krista Heyer. Stephanie Jacktu. Michael John. Alexandria Lavelle. Janice Lewis. Abiodun Malumi. Jennifer Joy Mello. Marta Natalia Mahalik. Palwasha Molana. Fiona Panlilio. Shanice Parkin with distinction. Natasha Palage. Adina Prasad with distinction. Shanice Peterkin. Sabrina Polche with distinction. Jennifer Pope. Claudia Rissi. Rissi? Claudia Rissi. Anika Daniela Roberts with distinction. Sweetie Ann Robinson. Sweetie Ann Chanel Robinson. Sweetie Ann Chanel Robinson. Andrea Rodriguez. Chantel Shaw. Maria Cindy Hawkes. Malizia Vujanovich with distinction. Hope Wheatley. Okay. Hope Wheatley. Caitlin Woodhouse. Stephanie Yamashiro. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the class of 2014 FCSS. Mr. Chancellor, President Whitaker, I have the honor to present to you these scholars from the University of Guelph Humber that they may be admitted to the degree of Bachelor of Applied Science, Kinesiology, and the Diploma in Fitness and Health Promotion. Brianne Atatui with distinction. Nora Ahmad with distinction. Sean Alonto with distinction. Bernard Altovar. Michael Aragonello. Monica Bachavina with distinction. Julia Grace Burtons. Nelson Bolorino. Let me say it in Portuguese. Bolorino. Yeah, Nelson Bolorino. Nelson Bolorino. Chelsea Briscoe. Chelsea Briscoe. Catherine Buthy. Catherine Buthy. Bujaya? Okay. Caitlin Bujaya. Stephen Byers? All right. Stephen Byers. Stephen Robert Campbell. Stephen Robert Campbell with distinction. Jessica Caterino. You want to say Caterino or you want Caterino? Jessica Caterino with distinction. Chapetta. Santo Chapetta. Young Bin Cho with distinction. Omar Choke. Courtney Christou. Matthew Charduli. Alexandra Chibano. Alexandra Marie Cogliano with distinction. Nicole Alexandra Concannon. Melissa Ann Cormack. Brianne Elizabeth Corriveau with distinction. Megan Crawford. Kristen David. Zachary Davies. Brian Davey with distinction. Isabel Justine D'Souza with distinction. Conchetta Del Bove with distinction. Jason Dick. Chelsea De Silva with distinction. Caitlin Edel. Timothy Ronald Escott. Joel Lucas Evans. Adam Robert Feeney. Alvaro Fong. Lauren Frick with distinction. Roberto Giannotti with distinction. Sean Gilmer. Kirsty Jane Greco. Deanna Lynn Gronestedge. Joanna Grunke. Jonathan Huggard with distinction. Stephanie Iacono. Alexandra Nicole Jackson. Cynthia Michelle Jameson. Patrick Johnson. Tamar Beth Kadekel with distinction. Marisa Kralicki with distinction. Gabriel Lee. Brittany Rachel Little. Heather Marie Long. Matthew Vincent Lyon with distinction. Frederick Neil McDougall. Ashley Marion. Alexandra McHugh. James McMeekin. Hannah Beatrice Mikula. Ria Molinar. Elizabeth Catherine Munn. Juan Antonio Navarro. Stephen Neuenhausen. Kimberly Nguyen. Sagar Patel. Andrew Patrica. Blair Hiley Poirier with distinction. Tanner Pollock. Rebecca Pike. Anna Kwok. Manuel Quinones with distinction. Jessica Rafa. Rebecca Lynn Rower. Kyle Reedhead with distinction. Graham Andrew Ricks with distinction. Gabriella Rizzello. Benjamin Robinson. Bianca Samarillo. Thomas Santibáñez Espinosa with distinction. Michael Amaral Sequeira. Sheldon Smith. Rochelle Spedzinski. James Stazer. Tyler William Stone. Caitlin Tam. Keenan Alexandra Taylor, with distinction. Megan Toker, with distinction. Jessica Turton. Megan Van Kulen. Joseph Vecchione, with distinction. Austin Verge. Melissa Viato. Alicia Wasagishik. Shannon Weatherup. Jeremy Whitaker. Rose Wilson, with distinction. Paul Zavaglia, with distinction and the Vice Provost Award for Academic Excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the class of 2014 kinesiology.
Mr. Chancellor, President Whitaker, I ask that you confer the various and several degrees and diplomas on the graduates listed in the programme but unable to be present at this ceremony.
By virtue of the authority vested in me and in the University of Guelph, I confer the various and several degrees in absentia on graduands not present today.
By virtue of the authority vested in me, I confer the various and several diplomas in absentia on the graduands not present today.
Following convocation, a light reception will be held for all graduates and guests in the foyer area. This is an opportunity to congratulate the graduates, and we hope that you all can attend. Convocation is dismissed.
It's just so powerful. Jessica, you're okay with that?
I think so.
Okay. It's easy. Just make sure when you're putting in the program. Just look at the book. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ahmed, and I am a 2009 graduate of the University of Guelph Humber. On behalf of the entire university community, I'd like to welcome you to this year's convocation ceremony. We are so proud of the accomplishments achieved by the class of 2014, and we're honored to have you here today to celebrate with us. I'd like to share with you some of what you can expect to see in today's proceedings. The ceremonials used for conferring degrees and granting diplomas have evolved over a millennium, and the gowns and hoods you see today reflect that history. The hood colors represent the degree and diploma being awarded and incorporate the school colors from both institutions. The ceremony will begin with the arrival and procession of the graduands. This will be followed by elements of today's proceedings that have been influenced by both new and old traditions, beginning with the arrival of the mace from both institutions, a symbol of the university and college. The University of Guelph mace is carried by the Beadle, Melissa Mello, who is the 2006 recipient of the Michael Nightingale Award. The Humber mace will be carried by alumnus Tristan Gary, who's a 2014 Michael Nightingale Award recipient. Following the arrival of the maces will be the Chancellor and the President of Humber College Institute of Technology and Advanced Learning. They will be followed by members of the administration and honorees, fellows of the university, members of the board and senate of the University of Guelph, and faculty, staff, and alumni. When the platform party begins their procession, I ask that you please stand for their arrival. The degrees and diplomas will be conferred and granted in the order you see in your program. The presenter will announce the degree and diploma being awarded at the start of each category. When the graduate leaves the stage, they will be given both the degree and diploma parchment as the final act of the ceremony. We understand the joy and excitement accompanying such an auspicious occasion, but we ask that you please hold your applause until after each group of graduands has crossed the stage. However, sighs of relief from family members and squeals of excitement from fellow students are of course permissible. In addition, I expect a truly thunderous applause after each group of graduates has crossed the stage. After all the degrees and diplomas are conferred and granted, and all the cheers are cheered, the Chancellor will close the ceremony. Please do remain standing during the recessional until after the platform party has exited the hall. You will have a chance then to connect with your graduate, take photos, and enjoy a light reception in the lobby. Once the ceremony begins, we ask that you please keep the aisles clear. Taking pictures during the ceremony is allowed, but out of respect for all guests, we ask that you please do so from your seat. There will be lots of opportunities for photographs during the reception. Please turn off all phones, and if you must leave the hall for any reason during the ceremony, please do so from door number 1 and 4. Please take a moment to identify the exits nearest to you. In case of an emergency, please safely make your way to that exit following the directions of the ushers. And finally, following the ceremony, there will be an opportunity for each graduate to ring the University of Guelph Humber bell. Today, the graduands are marking an important moment in time. This is the end of their journey at the University of Guelph Humber and the beginning of their next stage of life. We think this is a significant moment and it deserves recognition. And so the sound of the bell will mark this transition. The bell will be placed outside the main entrance of the Pearson Convention Center following the ceremony, and I encourage you to accompany your graduate as they take a moment to ring the bell, to mark the official end of their educational journey at the University of Guelph Humber and their entry into the alumni family. And now, without further delay, it is my honor to be the first person to congratulate the graduates on their successes and to offer my congratulations to the family and friends here to support them. Welcome to Convocation for the University of Guelph Humber, class of 2014.
Canada, our home and native land. True patriot love in all our sons' command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, our true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Would you please remain standing? For many of us gathered here today to celebrate the achievements of students of the University of Guelph Humber, it is the custom and practice on occasions such as this to take a few moments for personal reflection and thanks. We are truly fortunate to live in a country where, relative to much of the world, we enjoy freedoms, security, and prosperity that so many others do not have. Therefore, I ask that we respect the various spiritual and faith traditions represented in this room with a short period of silence now to mark the opening of this convocation ceremony. Thank you. Would you please be seated?
I declare this convocation ceremony officially open.
Vice President Livernois, President Whitaker, members of the Platform Party, distinguished guests, friends, alumni, staff, relatives, and our graduands, it is my honour as Vice Provost of the University of Guelph Humber to welcome you to this convocation. Well, how do you feel? I don't know about you, but I'm here for a short time and a good time. I hope you've come with the same attitude. Gosh, you look good. Of course, I look pretty good myself. This is not a time for any long or pretentious speeches by Vice Provosts. It is a great celebration day. I remember meeting some of you and your families 4 years ago at the Ontario Universities Fair. I remember seeing some of you again during the various open houses as you considered coming to the University of Guelph Humber. I remember meeting you in the opening week of school 4 years ago. And I remember I made you a promise. You may not remember it, but I do. Vice Presidents never forget. I promised that I would remind you of 3 things that I asked you to do when we first met. The first thing I asked you to do, as you started at the University of Guelph Humber, was to work hard. Boy, have you ever worked hard. That's why you're here now. Congratulations. I think that's worth a round of applause, don't you? But you know that work ethic, all that work that you've done, you weren't born with it. It's not in your DNA, you know. You learned it from some of the people who have sat in this room with you, friends and family and peers. And hopefully, some of the people sat on this stage behind me helped you to hone that work ethic. I have a bit of advice for you, just a little bit. Continue that tradition. It will stand you in good stead. What got you here will take you where you want to go. But the second thing I talked about when we first met was that you have to learn to be a team player. Perhaps it's an overworn phrase, I don't know. But you have certainly learned teamwork. If you're in business and the psychology program, the amount of group work that you had to do is awesome. You came through that and you honed great skills. I have a bit of advice for you. Just a bit. Continue that tradition. It will stand you in good stead. Because, you know, few things in life are accomplished without working hard, and few things in life are accomplished without being an effective, constructive part of a team of people. But I did mention a third thing when we first met 4 years ago. I asked you to enjoy what you do, because the strain and drain of not enjoying what you do will make you ineffective. I know that you've enjoyed your work here. I have a bit of advice for you. Whatever you do in the future, continue that tradition. It will stand you in good stead. But it's time for me now to ask John Livernois, Vice President of the University of Guelph, to bring greetings to you at our convocation from the University of Guelph. John?
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the University of Guelph, it's my pleasure to welcome you to Convocation at the University of Guelph Humber. Celebrating Convocation means you've completed one phase in this journey of your life, and you're about to embark upon another. The University of Guelph Humber has provided you with the opportunity to think, to challenge, to test, and to learn. And it's now up to you to chart a course for the future. A future where you control how you will contribute to your life and the lives of others, to your community and to society at large. You are the next generation of leaders, and we are counting on you. We're counting on you to use all that you've learned and all that you've experienced to make the right choices to make for a better world. And I know that your time at the University of Guelph Humber has prepared you for that leadership role, and that you will achieve new heights in understanding to find the solutions that will make a difference for people everywhere. But today is the time to celebrate your success. Thank your teachers, your friends, and family. They've all supported you throughout this part of your journey. And as you leave us and travel on, remember you are always welcome here at the Guelph Humber University. You have, as John said, worked very hard over the past few years, and you truly do deserve to be proud of yourself and to celebrate well today. Congratulations. And now I would like to invite President Chris Whitaker to come to the platform and say a few words to you.
Good afternoon, and I promise this is the last welcome before we get on with the rest of it. Members of the platform party, honored guests, faculty and staff, family, friends, and especially our graduates, it's my pleasure to welcome you and bring greetings from the entire Humber community. Convocation is always the high point of the academic year for me, and for many people behind me as well, if not all of them. It is a celebration of student success and an opportunity to be inspired by our students' achievements. Graduates, you have worked hard to get to this day. You have been challenged to meet the high standards established for your programs, and through determination and perseverance, you have succeeded. You are all graduating with a dual credential, which, as we know at other institutions, would take you much longer to complete. Your University of Guelph Humber education has given you what can only be described as the best of both worlds. In combining university and college curriculum, you have been able to apply theory in an applied learning environment, giving you the skills and knowledge required to be successful in today's competitive economy. And while this is your day, I'm sure you'd agree that there are many people who have contributed and take pride in your success. From the incredible faculty and staff, to your friends, new and old, to your families, this is a day for us all to celebrate together. Be confident as you leave here to take your next steps, whether to employment or further education. There will always be challenges, but there are great opportunities and infinite possibilities for those with the passion and enthusiasm to pursue their dreams. I wish you every success in all your future endeavors. Congratulations and good luck. Thank you.
Vice President Livernois, upon the recommendations of the Senate of the University of Guelph, I have the honor to present to you Theo Fleury, the candidate for the degree Doctor of Laws, honoris causa. Theo Fleury is a former Canadian ice hockey player who exceeded every expectation placed before him. He is a World Junior and Stanley Cup champion and an Olympic gold medalist whose commitment and persistent endeavors have significantly enhanced the psychological health of people around the country. In his book, Playing with Fire, Mr. Fleury courageously opens up about his sexually abused past, sharing his story of resilience and proving that movement beyond trauma is possible. Since then, he has directed his efforts towards working with victims of child sexual abuse, as well as policymakers, to increase the number and scope of services available to them. Theo Fleury has implemented several initiatives, including the Victor Walk, to collaborate with members of Parliament to introduce policy that will increase both protection of victims as well as federal funding to aid in their recovery and healing process. The Victor Walk was created to increase national awareness about the epidemic of child sexual abuse and to mobilize funding. Mr. Fleury led the 450-kilometer, 10-day Victor Walk, which began at the Child Abuse Monument in Toronto and concluded on the steps of Parliament. It was on Parliament Hill where he rallied with supporters and fellow victims for better protection of children from sexual abuse. Through his courage, Theo Fleury is helping to lift the veil of secrecy, encouraging both children and adults alike to share their stories of abuse. With his encouragement, he is aiding other victims of sexual abuse to regain their trust and faith in themselves. In recognition of his honesty, resiliency, and ongoing humanitarian efforts, I ask you, Mr. Chancellor, to award Theron Wallace Fleury the degree of Doctor of Laws, honoris causa.
By the authority of the Senate of the University of Guelph, I admit you to the degree of Doctor of Laws, honoris causa, and let me be the first to congratulate you. Dr. Theo Fleury will now give the convocation address.
The beauty of technology. Here we're going to give it a try here. All right. Honored graduates of the faculties of Psychology and Business of the University of Guelph Humber, esteemed faculty members, parents, and distinguished guests. I've never written a speech in my life, and I've certainly never spent years committing to the formal study of advanced anything like you obviously all have. I've got a pretty good imagination, but never did I think I would be in an auditorium of scientists and academics honoring me for my work in spirituality and healing. Given where I've been, that this is happening is an example of a fucking miracle. And therefore, I hypothesize, and now that I'm a doctor, I can hypothesize. It must be happening for a reason. I first of all want to congratulate with all my spirit the graduates who are sitting here, so ready to go out and take on the world. Well, on behalf of that crazy world out there, thank you for your efforts, and efforts I know you're about to make. There's a lot of change needed. What I can leave you with that you might remember when the going gets tough, because it will. Two things, very simple. One, work your asses off. Don't expect anything from anybody. Hey, I'm old school. Two, providing you've already got number one in hand is a concept that will ensure your success. This is not me making a hypothesis. This is science and experience, and is making a difference everywhere if we choose to pay attention. Here's the concept. We all are intricately connected, and it's our relationships that matter for absolutely everything. For our brains to develop well, for us to treat each other with dignity and compassion, for us to create win-win outcomes in business, for us to win Stanley Cups as a team, and for us to heal when shit happens. Relationship. Build a better world no matter what you choose to do by being present, by listening, by tuning in, by sharing with honesty. After playing some hockey, revealing I'd lived through abuse, and working hard to deal with my own issues, hey, we're never perfect, and we just got to keep working at it. I'm now dedicating my life to helping people get the help they need, and mental health is a big part of it. This number two concept of paying attention in relationship directly applies. It is healthy relationships that remind us not to carry shame and not to hurt each other to begin with. When I represent the 1 in 3 Canadians who have experienced childhood trauma, I feel like I have a clear purpose. My mission is to allow others to find their own voices through storytelling and healing conversations. Surrounding yourself with a strong team, whether that is personal, professional, or spiritual, creates a foundation for resilience and structure for the journey. Surround yourselves consciously with people who help bring out the best in you and you in them. Trust me, we're really strong in our own ways, but way better together. I remember what it's like to be young and want everything to happen now. You want everything that you try to succeed. All the technology we have today, it's about instant gratification. It's designed that way. But our spiritual sides
know that it's important to know when to act and know when to wait. Some of this technology is awesome and keeps us going with it, but it's spirituality that will teach you patience and the importance of relationships. There's no relationship with an app, and there's no app, at least not yet, for relationships. I got to say something about inspiration, or more to the point, the relative lack of it. Some of us here might recognize that when we get to be middle-aged, we sometimes just seem to be going through the motions. What I'm learning is that when you aren't finding it somewhere else and you look for inspiration deep inside of yourself, guess what? It's always there. The deeper you dig, the more you will find. You can always dig deeper, longer, harder, and that extra effort, or call it connection with yourself, or spirituality, or whatever you call it that makes sense to you, that's what separates greatness from mediocrity. You know, you can give yourself your own dopamine hits just with your own brilliant thoughts. Honestly, who needs drugs? But seriously, all of you graduating today, I bet you have amazing plans and hopes. But who knows where you'll end up? You know, there were certainly no straight lines on my highway. And this whole career thing, it's never an arrival, but a journey. It's not even so important which job or which role you fill along the way. As the wise Kim Barthel always says, and I quote, "It's not really what you do that matters, but how you do it." So compete every day and be the best you can be. Work hard and put in time needed to master your crafts. But if you really want to be successful, and this applies to all areas of your life, believe me, pay attention to and nurture your relationships. This one will get you anywhere and everywhere. I want to say a big thank you to the University of Guelph Humber for granting me this honor today. It means a lot, and I'm humbled to be here with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fleury, for those inspiring, if occasionally unconventional, words. Graduands, the moment has arrived. Will the graduating class please rise? Vice President Livernois, I have the honour to present to you these scholars who have fulfilled the statutory requirements laid down by the Senate of the University of Guelph, that they may be admitted to their various and several degrees, with all the rights, privileges and obligations appertaining thereto.
By virtue of the authority vested in me and in the University of Guelph, I hereby accept you for admission to your various and several degrees with all of the rights, privileges, and obligations appertaining thereto.
President Whitaker, I have the honour to present to you these scholars who have fulfilled the academic requirements of Humber Institute of Technology and Advanced Learning in their respective programs, that they may be admitted to their various and several diplomas with all the rights, privileges, and obligations appertaining thereto.
I admit you to your various and several Humber Institute of Technology and Advanced Learning diplomas with all the rights, privileges, and obligations appertaining thereto.
Will members of the graduating class please be seated?
Hi there. Just waiting for the technology to get going here. My name is George Bragas. I'm the Assistant Vice Provost of the University of Guelph Humber. Sorry, John, for the mistake there. Assistant Vice Provost. I'll be hearing about that tomorrow. There will be 2 groups of students graduating this afternoon. I would ask that you withhold your applause until the end of each group to ensure students' names can be heard clearly. At the end of each group, however, we will expect some truly thunderous applause from friends and family. Vice President Livernois and President Whitaker, I have the honor to present to you these scholars from the University of Guelph Humber that they may be admitted to the degree of Bachelor of Business Administration and to the Diploma in Business Administration. Firdaus Abdul Sabur. Khaled Adam. Shavana Ahad. Wasa Akhtar. Ishita Saida Alam. Ernest Anang. Faria Anjum. Ahmad Beg. Halima Beg. Sangeeta Bala with distinction. Joseph Albert Beranger. Jessica Barroso. Daniel Murphy Bednars. Samneet Bola. Sandeep Boparai. Daniel Braga. Stephen Bressy with distinction. Melissa Lynn Brown. Malaika Brown. Jared Burton. Patrick Julian Bittakalik. Wendy Elizabeth Caldarelli. Matthew Cavalin. Michael David Chan with distinction. Jared Chance. Akansha Chahan. Manjinder Chima. Priyanka Chehar. Wana Chin. Stephanie Maria Camo. Eduardo Correa. Stephanie Liana Criminisi. Elise Cuevas. David Chubat. Julie Chia. Tom Dam. Amanda DeFilippis. Pamela Dela Cruz. Daniel Dermo. Sandeep Singh Dhaliwal. Navjot Danju. Ravina Danraj. Tao Din. Dipthi Divakaran. Thomas Domagala. Jordash dos Remedios. Ryan James Edwards. Chanel Anika Edwards. Darren Jeffrey Eisner. Anastasios Andrew Elenis with distinction. Hussam Fatih Fatui with distinction. Andrew Joseph Filosa. Anthony Flotildis. Harsimran Guy. Phil Jamarco with distinction. Sadiq Jamal Gilani. Simran Gill. Kevin Gomes Gonçalves. Mario Griffiths. Luis Giebert. Kayla Geist. Sarbreet Singh Guran. Karmjot Hayer. Michael Iacono. Sizzle Jackson. Stuart Jansen with distinction. Amanpreet Kalan. Navita Kanda. Jasmeet Kang. Karmpreet Kang. Sanjay Kaushal. Shahira Kayani with distinction. Christopher Khan. Masham Khan. Bokyang Kim. Amandeep Kuner. Dushyantan Kumar. Alexandra Loksevic. Ivan Lozic with distinction. Kyung Won Lee. Eric Anthony Leon. Courtney Lowe. Steve Larini. Celine Mahai. Ratika Mana. Bharati Malvagnam. Andrew Martin. Alexander David Maucheri. Angelica McCarthy. Stephen McInnes. Ashley Medeiros. Camille Medina. Timothy Mello. David Owen Moyer. Stacy Lehman Montano. Andrew Moreno. Adam Moretti. Sumaya Mustafa. Matthew Frank Nacarado. Kesavan Natarasan. Jennifer Nainhu. Hassan Nasir. Dustin Nguyen. Monmeet Nibber. Nicholas Eslaw Ushevsky. Mega Panchal. Jerian Pangelinan. Richard Panku. Palak Parikh. Hamil Patel. Charisma Patel. Jason Patraj. Kevin Alexander Paulino. Okay. Christopher Perfetto. Fong Pham. Matthew Stephen Picotti. Jessica Nicole Pimentel. David Michael Play. Ahmad C.R. Popolze. Ayusha Pradhan. Jesse Prasad. Kaiser Klein Rabot. Lionel Raphael. Christopher Gerald Ramcharan. Alicia Ramcharatar. Kashini Ramdas. Ramon Richard Rampersad. Jennifer Ramsuchit. Daniel James Rancourt. Leanna Rees. Christina Carmela Russo. Veer Sahota. Harveer Samra. Abir Saqib. Andrea Scarlato. Christopher Andrew Schutten, with distinction. Kayla Marie Schroeder. Caitlin Antoinette Seaboyer. Capelan Selvarasa. Amanda Marie Seminara. Shayla Shafiq. Hazik Shaheen. Prerna Sharma. Vaishali Sharma, with distinction. Kevin Shiverton. Manjinder Shoker. Matthew Sidden. Giacomo Simonetta, with distinction. Paul Simonetta. Prabreet Singh. Sabina Serbu, with distinction and the Vice Provost Award for Academic Excellence. Marcella Smith. Megan Lindsay Smith. Hardeep Soti. Fevin Solomon. Marilyn Somraru. Krista Spurgeon. Ashvini Sriharan. Sarah Jane Strachan. Anthony Subhas Rathnajathy. Samuel Subhas Rathnajathy. Michael Sullivan Tadios. Arjazer Tahil. Muhammad Tahir. Shif Tuari. Naka Carol Thompson. Joanne Leto. Vladimir Tostov with distinction. Andy Tran. Marie Tricolo. Mikhailo Trinoa. Richard Vida. Heather Nicole Van Andel with distinction. Juliana Vega. Sugenya Vignes Waralingam. Hardam Singh Virk. Mohammed Raza Wali. S. Jade Wiseman. Susie Yan. Dina Yokana. Vincent Yu with distinction. Abir Zahid. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the BBA class of 2014. Vice President Livernois and President Whitaker, I have the honor to present to you these scholars from the University of Guelph Humber that they may be admitted to the degree of Bachelor of Applied Science Psychology and a Diploma in General Arts and Science. Constantino Almeida with distinction and the Vice Provost Award for Academic Excellence. Chanel Balasta. Diana Bejarano. Hema Bardwaj. Lovejeet Bati. Flavia Blaga with distinction. Christina Gonçalves Borges. Nadia Carnavale. Candice Chattergoon. Rosalia Karachi with distinction. Haley Corrigan. Vanessa Kubakub with distinction. Lynn Ashley Dalglish with distinction. Francesca Di Roma. Kelsey Nicole Draw. Camila Fernandez. John Christian Fernicola. Phoenix Angelica George. Casey Gray. Tyler Greco. Jade Holness. Amanda Louise Howlett. Anna Margarita Ignacio. Ola Kosarevich. Ryan Kurzak with distinction. Lorianne Liorti. Renee Michelle Lorero. Mitch Lloyd Lubbe. Daniela Patricia McChusey with distinction. Wally Mai. Amanda Monica Marcinkiewicz with distinction. Chalisa Nicole McKee. Alana Myers with distinction. Danica Bashaya Milton. Crystal Michelle Morrissey. Tara Ariel Nandon. Jonathan Panetta, with distinction. Natalie Plummer. Carmen Pola. Mariah Margaret Robinson. Melissa Rojas. Melissa Ruggiero. Kyle Reiter. Amna Sheik. Taylor Page Skinner. Natharshana Tharmilingham. Cassandra Matea Togoretz. Christina Marie Trandowski, with distinction. Sabrina Ventura. Veronica Viname. And there you have the psychology class of 2014.
Vice President Livernois, President Whitaker, I ask that you confer the various and several degrees and diplomas on the graduands listed in the programme but unable to be present at this ceremony.
By virtue of the authority vested in me and in the University of Guelph, I confer the various and several degrees in absentia on the graduands not present today.
By virtue of the authority vested in me, I confer the various and several diplomas in absentia on the graduands not present today.
And may I ask you in convocation to give it up for Melissa Mello, the beadle who hooded 800 students today. There she is.
Final congratulations to all the graduates. Great job. It's time to celebrate. Following convocation, there will be a light reception for graduates and their guests in the foyer area just outside here. And this is an opportunity to congratulate the graduates, meet some of the faculty, and I hope you can attend. Convocation is dismissed.